please, Vince. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to 2026. Thank you for attending our Ordinary Council meeting today, the first of the year. I declare our Ordinary meeting, 28th of January 2026, open at 9 a.m. Advise members of the public that this meeting is being live streamed and recorded in accordance with Council's standing orders. Councillors and staff are reminded of their responsibilities under their respective codes of conduct, both inside the Council meeting and when dealing externally on behalf of Council. On behalf of Whitsunday Regional Council, I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners, the land on which we meet here today, the Juru people, and pay my respects to elders past and present. We recognise their deep enduring connection to country and we extend our respect and gratitude for their wisdom and their culture. Welcome fellow councillors, WRC staff, members of the public and no media today. Before we begin, I'd just like to take a moment to acknowledge two members of our executive team who have departed council since our last meeting in 2025. Firstly, former Director Neil McGaffin, our Director of Development Services, who served this organisation for more than a decade. Over that time, Neil played a significant role in shaping the Whitsundays as we know it today, guiding council through many complex and at times challenging development decisions. We all know the development approval environment can be demanding. Matt, I think you agree with that? But Neil built a strong team around him and served this organisation with diligence, consistency and professionalism. On behalf of Council, I'd like to sincerely thank Neil for his contribution and wish him all the very best for whatever comes next. Secondly, I'd also like to acknowledge Adam Hagee, who served the Council for over 10 years as well, across a wide range of roles, including capital projects, infrastructure services, major projects, customer experience, parks and gardens and disaster management. The breadth of that responsibility and change would not have been easy. But in the time I worked with Adam, he demonstrated resilience and a willingness to step up and give things a go. His contribution to the local disaster management group over many years, particularly during Tropical Cyclone Debbie, is particularly noteworthy. Adam's efforts during some very challenging times were of real value to the Whitsundays and to our organisation. On behalf of Council, I'd like to thank both Neil and Adam for their service and their contributions to the organisation and all the best for the future. Okay, first item we have is our apologies, leaves of absence, which we have none recorded for this meeting. Item number 2 is condolences. Are there any councillors that wish to acknowledge any recently deceased members of the community? Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Good Mayor. Just like to acknowledge one of our employees, Matthew Barr. So on behalf of Whitsunday Regional Council, we extend our deepest condolences to Matthew Barr's family, who sadly passed away just after Christmas after a battle with cancer. Matt had been with Council for 10 years, starting in Parks and Gardens, and more recently the Land Protection Officer in the community team. Matt was more than just a colleague, he was a devoted husband to Annika and proud father to Dylan, 17, Eliana, 15 and Justa, 13. Matt was deeply involved in his community and generously volunteered his time serving on numerous sporting committees and clubs connected to whatever his children were involved in. That was where I first had the privilege of working alongside Matt with Bowen State School P&C, one of his many clubs. Matt was reliable, professional and a true gentleman. He wasn't always the loudest person in the room, but he was always listening and always willing to help in any way he could. Nothing was ever too much trouble. Matt was a great all-round bloke who earned the respect of everyone he worked with. His loss is felt deeply across his team, council and the wider community he served so well. We will miss his professionalism, his courtesy and most of all his friendship. Matt will be deeply missed and always fondly remembered.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Any other councillors like to make any acknowledgement? On behalf of Whitsunday Regional Council, we would like to acknowledge and pay our respects to the recently departed of the Whitsunday region and offer our sincere condolences to their families and loved ones. Joel, join me for a minute's silence, please. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Okay, we'll move to item number 3 on our agenda, the confirmation of the prior minutes. Can I please have a move up? Move Councillor Clifford. Yep, I think we've got one coming to speak to it. Can I get a seconder, please? Second, Councillor Bowman. Manager of Governance, Norm, would you like to come forward and just highlight some things around the minutes there?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councillors. We strive to be perfect, but we failed last meeting. One of the resolutions, Resolution ON 2025 12/10.7. You can put on the screen, Matt, thank you. Which was a motion that was lost at the meeting. We left out, or failed to include a sub-clause there, or 2 sub-clauses.
What number, sorry, Norm?
It was 10.7, sorry.
11.7?
10.
11.7.
11.7.
Or 12.10.7. It was the subordinate local law.
11.4.
So you can see under clause 1 there are 2 sub-points, and they were omitted from the published set of minutes. Now the motion was actually lost, so it was of no consequence in terms of action out of the meeting, but in terms of accuracy for historical reference, they should be included in the minutes. My apologies for that, councillors.
Thank you, Norm. Any query from councillors on that? That's everyone okay? Yes, thank you, Norm. Anything else on the minutes while we've got it open? All right, the motion the council confirms the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 10th of December 2025. I'll put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Agenda item number 4, business arising. Would any council like to raise any business arising from the previous minutes? Okay, so we move to 4.1, which was a tabled matter from the last meeting, a development application for preliminary approval, material change of use, dwelling units under the Boyle Family Development Scheme. Can I have a mover to lift off the table, please? Move Councillor Bowman, second Councillor Simpson. All those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. So moving to 4.2, which is the development application decision itself. So the development application for preliminary approval for material change of use for multiple dwelling units under the Boyle Family Development Scheme, 371 Strathdicky Road, Strathdicky. We're on track there?
Yes, so just for a bit of clarity, Mr Mayor. So basically the discussion had been occurring, you've halted the discussion, you're in the middle of the discussion, and basically this is bringing it back onto the table. We have an existing motion and we have an existing mover and seconder, as it was at that point when we put it on the table at the last meeting.
So can we just, do we have the detail of who the mover and seconder is? It should be up there, should it?
It should be.
Mr Mayor, we just tabled it, because I tabled it.
Yes.
We didn't vote on the motion.
No, you didn't.
No, we didn't vote on the motion, but it was tabled after we had a mover and seconder, is that correct?
No.
No, it was tabled first.
Can we just check that for...
10.
It was November.
No, it's December, I'm sure.
Okay. Yeah, it was
It was the last meeting.
It was
That was
November.
November. Yep. Oh, okay.
So I guess all we're looking is whether we had a mover and seconder before we tabled. So the tabling was a procedural motion,
Yes.
so there's every chance we might have had a mover and seconder beforehand, but if we can just clarify, that would be...
I moved the tabling of the motion. because we need more information.
That's not it, Mads.
Just put up the.
So it's just a procedural, straight up procedural motion. Yep. Okay, so we pulled that off the table anyway. So the report is as stand. Can I have a mover for the report? Move with the divisional councillor, second councillor Collins, divisional councillor Simpson, should I say? Second councillor Collins. Acting Director Toomey. Hand over to you.
Thank you through the Chair. So the report before Council is unchanged from the report that was presented in November and tabled. Since that time we've sought additional clarifications around additional state government planning advice that was mentioned in correspondence to Council. We've made those inquiries and that information did not find any information from state government planners or state agencies that we could provide to Council.
Thank you, Matt. Is everyone comfortable with the matter here? Do we want to talk back through the application itself?
I'll just make a few comments.
Yes, Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, this one's been thrown around a bit in the last couple of months, and just to clarify, there's a well, for some time we've been trying to nail down a rural residential strategy, and it's still on the books. There's arguments both ways. This is in the rural zone. There's arguments that it's not suitable for agriculture, and I can see both sides. But at the end of the day, it's in the rural zone, and I tell people when they ring me about different subdivisions, anything in the rural zone under 100 hectares will be recommended for refusal by the officers, and that's where we are here today. And the local landholder next door, the farmer, put in a fairly lengthy submission against this proposal, and I realise that the land is up on a hill, and the houses proposed are up on a hill where it's not suitable agricultural land, but they still can impact the landholder next door. One of the houses was proposed only 70 or 80 metres away from the neighbour's boundary, which he grows. Well, whether it grows sugarcane or cattle, or, he's a commercial agricultural enterprise. So I'll support the officer's recommendation as I think going forward in the years to come, a lot of these things we need to look at the uses of the land. Like realistically, you can't do anything agriculturally on land that's 15 to 20 degrees plus, but we need to get some real rules and guidelines around this so we can move forward.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Councillor
Probably a question to me, to Matt, is on that. I think reading back through this in the geotech, there was a subdivision plan, but that is not what's proposed here today. The subdivision isn't part of the application. It's a preliminary approval to vary the planning scheme. And we know those happen, and that's for things with codes and stuff that don't comply. But there's still a requirement under state and our higher order strategic intent to match. And for me, without the subdivided land, I'm seeing this as a rural residential enclave on a large block of land. And when I look at our strategic intent, that seems to be the separation for me. That's proximity of houses, even without separate blocks, is still bringing a rural residential enclave into a rural zone. Thanks.
Good Chair, so just to answer Councillor Bowman's question, yes, this application is not for a subdivision. However, as the officer's report puts forward, we have assessed those higher order provisions that Councillor Bowman spoke to there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will not be supporting the recommendation. My understanding is long before the Boyle family submitted their application that this was to stay within the family trust. It will free up 4 houses in Proserpine, either for rental or sale, and God knows we're desperately in need of additional accommodation for people moving into the area. The trust is very happy to seal the easement They can't seal it to 5.5 because they don't believe that the actual width of the easement is 5.5, so to whatever is practical. And I just see it as a great opportunity to use otherwise unusable land. And I do strongly object to the 4 multiple dwelling units title on it. It's 4 houses. That indicates or gives the illusion that it's 4 blocks of flats or something, and I find that very strange. But I like this supporting the refusal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clifford. Councillor Finlay.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just a question to Acting Director there, Matt. So in a rural zone, you're allowed 1 house per piece of land? On a rural block of land?
Through the chair, so you're allowed to have your primary residence and a secondary dwelling.
Yes.
That's how the planning scheme works, so they're essentially as of right uses that you can have with those blocks.
That's right. So in this particular instance, on this application, is there anything different? This is zone rural, so is there anything different to this, to another straightforward rural application?
Through the chair, so the primary thing we're looking at here is that being a dwelling and a secondary dwelling, it means you've really got the 2 structures on the property. What we're looking at here is dwellings 3 and dwellings 4, and to Councillor Clifford's point before, that is why the correct planning scheme definition uses to use multiple dwellings, because we've now got multiple dwellings on the property.
Thank you, Director. Any further, anyone want to speak to the matter further? Any questions for the Director? Okay, the motion that Council refuse the development application for preliminary approval for material change of use for 4 multiple dwelling units made by J.A. and J.B. Boyle as trustee on the land at 371 Strathdicky Road, Strathdicky, for the reasons listed in the report. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried 6-1. Moving to our next item, which is our mayoral minute, item number 5. There is no mayoral minute for this meeting. Item number 6, notice of motion. No notice of motion have been received for this meeting. Item number 7, deputations. There have been no deputation requests for this meeting. Item number 8, petitions and questions on notice. So we do have a couple of questions here on notice. First one, Anne-Marie Nicol, who's joined us here. Anne-Marie, would you like to read your question? Please just come to the end of the table and happy to fire away. I know you've got a number of questions here, which we normally just say one question, but happy for you to address them. I guess probably the main thing we try to keep it to 5 minutes. So.
Good morning, Mayor Collins
Thank you.
and fellow councillors. Thank you for your time today. So in context, I'm speaking on behalf of the Whitsunday Wind Farm Action Group, a community group of local landowners and residents who would be affected by the broader proposed wind farm associated with the Metmast development application by Alinta Energy. While many members are not directly impacted by the Metmast itself, the group is concerned about the cumulative and long-term impacts of the larger wind farm proposal in the Whitsunday's environmental values, landscape, amenity, community character, and the rights and interests of surrounding landholders. We also note that a parliamentary petition relating to this proposal has received over 5,000 signatures, including more than 1,000 local wet signatures. This is referenced solely to demonstrate the scale of community interest in how this proposal is being assessed. My question, on behalf of the Whitsunday Wind Farm Action Group, can Council explain how the Metmast development application is being assessed in the context of the broader proposed wind farm rather than as a standalone structure? Specifically, what consideration is Council giving to the cumulative and long-term environmental impacts of wind turbines, including impacts on native vegetation, wildlife, biodiversity and ecological systems, as well as the impacts on Whitsunday's natural landscape, scenic amenity, tourism economy, community character and surrounding landholders' property rights? Further, how does Council assess and account for potential loss of amenity and land use constraints for neighbouring properties that do not host turbines but may be subject to visual, noise, access and infrastructure impacts? And how does Council determine what level of impact is acceptable before irreversible environmental, landscape and property related change occurs?
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Mr. CEO, would you like to speak to that in any way you can?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I will take that on notice. There's some questions there we need to provide you with some written response, and we'll try and do that as quickly as possible before the next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Okay, so we have another public question from Janice Pearce of Bowen. I don't believe Janice is with us today. Okay, so did you want to read this one, Mr. CEO? I think I'll just preface that I did receive the letter from Janice, which was probably part statement, part question, and yeah, I guess we've drawn the question out of it. So.
Janice Pearce, my question is, with Bell's Gully being defined as a natural watercourse under the state legislation, where any engineering details obtained in respect of the levels, gradients, cross sections, hydraulic capacity, addressing potential flood and impact studies. So again, we will take that on notice and we will provide a detailed response in relation to that.
And I'll just provide some additional context there from what I read. It is specifically with regards to an approved development. I don't know the time frame on the Soldiers Road, between Soldiers Road and the TAFE College there some years ago. So I'll leave that with you, Mr. CEO, to provide a response as appropriate.
I may have conflict of interest with that. We discussed further that, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Okay, thank you everyone. So next item on the agenda is item number 10, the committee reports, which we don't have any committee reports for this meeting. And that brings us to item 11, our officers' reports. First item on the agenda is the Airlie Beach Master Plan. Move Councillor Clifford, and I will second the motion. Director Murphy, you want to talk us through this?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I may have a couple of just minor changes that I want to make.
Okay, so to talk first and possibly an amendment to the resolution, is that right? Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, I commend the Airlie Beach Master Plan to you all. This is a plan that's been over 12 months in the making. Again, I acknowledge Director Hagee, who was the lead for the project when it first kicked off. And I've been assisting for about the last 6 months. So again, a collaboration, a lot of community engagement, a lot of engagement with our development community, a lot of engagement with our landowners, our community groups. It sets a strategic direction. It's a master plan, so it's effectively a blueprint. It's our future planning consideration for what the Airlie Beach precinct might look like. Recognising the precinct is Shingley Beach through to Jubilee Pocket. Again, it identifies what we think we can achieve realistically in the short to medium term time frame. So we've got within the plan, there's an indication of the 5-year program of advocacy as well as physical works, and then the broader context of the 5 to 10 year horizon. Again, if supported today, becomes a fairly significant advocacy document for our team to take forward and seek to obtain necessary grant funds required to deliver a lot of the elements. It does deal with some concepts associated with some developments which are afoot, including Skyway, Watersons Way car park, how the precinct needs to look. It also sets us up with further future consideration of the sailing club precinct in relation to maximising the benefit for our community from the potential for the Olympic sailing to be held at Airlie Beach. So it sets, it's 2026 now. The sailing's only 6 years away, so it gives us an opportunity. We've already started to do some things, so our council's aware where we're doing maintenance work and asset renewal. We're already starting to implement some pieces of the puzzle associated with the pallet and what the future looks like. And if supported today, given that we're preparing our future works program and the 3 to 5 year capital programs, the elements that are identified in this will also may make their way into design and investigation works for council's consideration in setting our capital works program. So happy to take questions, Mr. Mayor. Again, I think it's a great body of work and it builds on the Bowen Foreshore Master Plan. There's other master plans coming to council today, including Galbraith and the strategic plan for our cemeteries. So we're starting to get that body of work for us. It's not a detailed plan. It's a high-level strategic document. So there'll be elements which maybe not down to the level of detail that parts of our community may wish, but it does, it sets the vision for the future. Thank you, councillors.
Councillor Clifford, the floor's with you.
Yes, thank you. I've just we've presented it to Matt. There's just a few minor changes, nothing drastic. I think in
So you're looking for changes to the resolution or the changes to the master plan?
changes to the master plan. Quite minor.
Okay.
Um,
withdraw my seconding of the motion.
oh, okay. So,
I'll second for further discussion.
yeah.
I haven't accepted your seconding yet, Councillor Barn. I'll wait for Councillor Clifford to tell me what she wants to tell me.
Okay, so endorsing it, the new central amenities block is essential. Shingley Beach upgrades, the same. Sealing and expanding of the Waterson Way car park, given. My fellow councillor here tells me that when he did a deep dive into the parking, there's, how many parking are we going to lose?
115.
Thank you. I will not lose a single car park space, so I really have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with the Main Street buses being relocated, and I would like to see a detailed plan of the roundabout at Coconut Grove, because that's now going to become a thing-about rather than a roundabout. I'd like to see trees planted before we actually go in hard, particularly with the Olympics coming. We can enhance the garden beds that we already have, perhaps. Just a thought. We adopt the Ellie Beach Master Plan and the Land Management Plan, and we authorise the Chief Executive Officer to prepare and implement the initial 5-year plan and 10-year plan strategy. And we authorise the Chief Executive Officer to utilise the Ellie Beach Master Plan for investment attraction through external funding, including grant applications, advocacy and partnerships. I also have a question that I'd like answered. What is the monstrosity on the car park up near the Sailing Club? It looks like a building.
Okay, you want to second the amended motion, Councillor Barn?
Yes, I'll second the discussion.
Yeah, I'll
I'm being unclear, Mr Mayor.
yeah, I'm with you. We've had 12 months to knock all this stuff out, so. And you want to bring it to a meeting? I'll move a procedural motion to table this item so we can go back and review it. All those in favour? Procedural motion is carried 5. I'm assuming you're not moving the procedural motion? No. So procedural motion is moved 5-2. I wonder why we don't get things done. Right. We'll move on to...
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, I'm happy to withdraw that. I just want this to get done. It hasn't been done. Main Street is a shocker at the moment.
Yeah, and look, I think Council...
I just want something done, and I don't want massive disruptions to people. And, I'm not prepared to lose car parking space. I'm not prepared to have something built on a car park that we already have. But, we can find that out later.
So at this point we have moved the procedural motion.
Bring it back.
So you can put it back on the table either now or later in the meeting or in another meeting.
Okay, I'll move a subsequent procedural motion
Sorry.
to bring the item back from the table. All those in favour? Is that all? Hang on, I didn't see all 7 hands there. Okay.
I have no idea what's going on.
Okay.
We're going back and forth.
We're going back to the...
So we're going back to the original motion?
Yes.
Okay. Can I say something?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll find what I was going to say. Councillors, we spend a lot of time in this chamber looking at different things, reviewing and making decisions, fixing issues and problems, and responding to what's already happened. But not for this item in front of you for decision. The Airlie Beach Master Plan, like others we've recently adopted and will adopt into the future, gives us a genuine opportunity to look forward. It offers our community a clear shared vision for how one of our most identifiable precincts can grow and evolve over the next decade or more. We are blessed with an extraordinary diversity of towns and communities right across the Whitsunday region, each with its own character and identity, and Airlie Beach is no exception. It is unique, it is a tourism icon, a gateway for many to one of the world's great natural wonders in the Great Barrier Reef, a yachty's port of call for our 74 islands, a young German backpackers' rite of passage, a place to find adventure, and yes, at times a bit of a party town. That mix is part of its charm and also part of the challenge we face as government. Looking ahead, Airlie Beach will be one of the towns that will play a key role when our region hosts Olympic sailing in 2032. It's not the be-all and end-all, but nonetheless, I think it's a significant enough opportunity to demand our attention, that we think bigger, plan smarter, and set some direction now. Councillors, it's important to be clear about what we are adopting today. This is not a set of construction drawings or a budget. It's a guide and an aspiration. Much like many of the other master plans we've recently adopted. A guide that will inform our asset renewals, can change over time. Help our works teams deliver better functioning and more efficient public spaces, meet evolving community expectations, improve our resilience, attract and guide the immense potential for private investment, and strengthen our advocacy to other levels of government to provide clear opportunities for major upgrades when they arise. The plan recognises Airlie Beach's strengths from the water to the mountains and the green spine that connects them, and provides a foundation to manage the growth we're seeing while responding to the challenges that come with it. Our region is one of the world's great tourism destinations. Airlie Beach is not all of that, but it is a key part of it. And like many of our places, spaces and towns, it can be better still. I want to commend the team for the work that has gone into this plan, and I encourage all councillors to support the vision before you today. One that invites us to look forward together, not for perfection, not for comparison, but with confidence, optimism and ambition for the Whitsunday's community that we serve. Thank you. Councillor Finlay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And great message, great speech, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to fully endorse what you just said. And can I just say that this plan is a visionary plan. I think it's great that the executive summary of this report says it all, and I'm not going to read it out again, but it says it all, and Director Murphy here says it all as well. But what it does do, it builds upon the revitalisation project of Airlie Beach, undertaken in the first term of the Whitsunday Regional Council. The council had a vision then to revitalise it. Lots of consultation happened at the time, and it happened. And I always remember sitting in front of the Premier one day and the Treasurer of the government, and just saying, John, how much is this going to cost? What do you need? And we're able, as a council, able to get the funds and did that first stage. This builds upon that, Mr. Mayor. It sets the future, as you just said. It's a plan for the future. I think in the second or the third dot point there, it gives a bit of leeway to the CEO to make some changes as things might happen, Mr. Mayor. We're not 100% sure what's going to happen in the future years, but even with the car parking, we're undertaking a car parking exercise now with the Waterson Lane block of land, Mr. Mayor, which hopefully will turn into a car park. And but as far as you're not going to do away with car parks until you've got more car parks available. So that's all going to be part of the strategic implementation plan of this. And I think, between dot point number 3 and dot point number 4, there's going to be room to move. But Mr. Mayor, I commend everyone that's been involved with this consultation, everybody from the community, and it really provides confidence in investment, the tourism industry, and the genuine community. Our locals all go to Airlie Beach and have a great time down there, so it's plus the tourism and that, I think of that. So, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Finlay. Councillor Clifford.
Yeah, as I said before, in principle I agree with it all. I'm still happy to move that we adopt it. it's a living document. I'm just not prepared to lose any car parking spaces.
Yep, I think that's noted, and I think what we've got there gives us the flexibility to address it as we need.
Cool, thank you.
Councillor Plummer?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll generally support a high-level strategic plan. The one issue I have within it is the 5-year working forward section. That's on page 145 of the agenda. There's a number of projects in there that are already completed or underway at the moment. The temporary amenities block is done. The Fig Tree playground is done. The foreshore playground is being done as we speak. With the scheduling of things that I see, we're taking away the central car park before we do the Main Street. Now, anyone who lived through the last Main Street upgrade 16 years ago, that space was integral to the construction of the Main Street. It gave parking to support the businesses that are going through all that. It gave the spot for the site offices, the equipment, all the materials needed for the Main Street. If we take away that area and then say we're coming back to do the Main Street later, where's their site operations? It doesn't follow an order for me. We know Bowen Foreshore, Port Denison Sailing Club, the jetty, all that is working for the Olympics. If we put the Main Street outside the next 5 financial years, then it's the Olympics. We're not seeing the Main Street even done. We've got state and federal elections coming up in 28. We've got to be advocating for these big jobs. We've got the precinct grant rounds going around up to $50 million. We need to be prioritising the big ticket items and then putting the smaller jobs into there. So this was really the proposal. I agree parking is important. At the moment, with this blob, which might be a question for the Sailing Club car park, they're also taking away the other 58 parking spots that are in the lower level next to that. So you're talking about us building an Early Beach foreshore, a sound stage, and all that, and following our new paths. It's a 900-metre walk. What family wants to load up the kids in the pram and their blanket and walk 900 metres to go and see the movie on the foreshore? So again, I think we need to look at that, and I'm happy with that at a higher level of the strategic thing. The one thing for me that I would propose as an amendment is updating this 5-year plan. So I'll put that and go through that, and that is keeping what is 4 items that are in there now. The new toilet block we know we need. Shingly Beach is in there now. Sealing the Whitsunday car park to give us those extra car parks that we do need, and advocating for Skyway. The other things I'm talking about is the last time they tried to move buses out of Main Street, TransLink fought that. So I'm saying the first one of the next priorities within that is the relocation of the bus stops up to the top Ovies thing. If we don't get TransLink on side, one-way street is really difficult. They're going to be charging us to do a full loop. So I would say we look at the bus routes and the bus stop relocations first. Then, once we can get the buses off Main Street, I say we go into a trial of one way, either just for the Esplanade or the whole Main Street, and we do the trial before we spend a lot of money ripping up the Main Street. And then my other thing is that we prepare, if Canal Street goes ahead, and there's all those civic works going on down there, redoing the roundabout, we are ready to coordinate doing the Esplanade, the roundabout, and Canal Street in the one job. That would make financial sense, and it would minimise the interruption. Plus we know even if we get the Esplanade to one way, that's going to minimise through traffic on the Main Street, which will give us the big thing. So I understand Gary's got enough on his plate, but for me, if we picked at those 2 ends and we didn't get the whole Main Street done, that's one thing. But as Councillor Clifford said, if we're waiting until after the Olympics to plant a tree, we're years behind. If we want shade on Main Street, get some trees in there. So again, I've emailed Mads an amendment which is just to change that one 5-year plan to remove those completed jobs and to put in the bus stop, the trial, the esplanade and the trees.
Which is very much what was on the screen before, Councillor Barton, so.
Yes, but that's my explanation of why I feel this is not trying to change a whole lot of things. I think we all know they're high level. We would hope significant expenditure would be coming back before the council with grant applications and things like that. But for me, to take away the central car park before we get Main Street done, I see as a real issue. To not know we're going to be supported by the state government and TransLink is a serious issue for me. So I'd ask for a seconder on that motion.
So I guess I don't want to go getting into nuts and bolts on this. I think the only thing I would consider there is an additional item that the CEO receives the feedback from this meeting and brings back brings back regarding a future possible amendment. So does that sound appropriate?
Yeah.
Can anyone speak to what?
Yeah, absolutely. Councillor Rock, absolutely.
Oh no, I mean, like one of the officers, can someone speak to that?
Do you want to have a go at it?
Okay.
Good to go?
Thank you. Councillors, thank you, Mr Mayor. In relation to the points raised, the 5-year plan was intended to indicate what we thought was realistic, recognising that until you actually adopt the plan, the advocacy piece and the detailed planning really starts at that point. So that's part of the challenge. In relation to management of the work sites, we always envisaged we'd need to potentially manage work in the Early Beach precinct, remote from the precinct. Again, there's just not a lot of space left down there for the establishment. I take on board Councillor Bowman's points about needing office space and needing a work site. Again, we're conscious of that. Conscious of the commentary around trees. It's around which pieces of the plan can we implement now. The car parking, again, the plan seeks to identify what car parking is required within the 30 to 40 year horizon. So that's the future development of the at-grade Watersons Way car park and then the future development of a multi-storey car park. Again, there are some challenges with being able to fit everything down in the precinct in relation to how far people are required to walk. It's around trying to find balance. Take on board the commentary around relocating bus stops and starting to engage with TransLink. Again, we've had preliminary conversations, but obviously there's a lot of work to do with the impacted parties in relation to the movement of buses and the taking away of heavy vehicles from the precinct. Again, trialling. If we adopt a plan, there's going to be some pretty significant changes to the streetscape, so trialling may not be as easy as it sounds. If we're going to go and do some things, and I understand the sentiment. If Canal Street goes ahead, but there's going to be a large construction site there. Can we fast track some work? That will depend on budget. The challenge at the moment is some really expensive pieces of the puzzle. We don't have budget. We need a master plan to go and advocate, and then once we start to get ahead of steam in relation to knowing what funding is available, we can make some critical decisions around the timing of work. I believe I can work with Councillor Bowman's concerns, council to address it. I think that the master plan over time will give us the outcome that we want. At this stage, we haven't done the detailed planning. We've looked at what's available. I can take on board the commentary and factor it into the
I'll just add to that. I think, so take the TransLink issue. I've met with the Minister, spoken to the Minister about our intents there, but I can't execute anything until I've got a plan to go to him with.
Sure.
So, Director Turner, did you have something to say?
Thank you, Steve.
So I'll come to you after that, Councillor Finlay.
With regards to the parking concerns, we've undertaken a strategic commercial parking pilot. So we've commenced well before Christmas with First Australia technology with regards to capturing data, dwell times, usages, people using. It's just been completed at Broadwater. It's now gone to Watersons Way. It'll then go to the Central, then to Shute Harbour. So we're gathering data, so we'll know exactly what occupancies, what redundancy we have within parking, to then inform us about where are the pinch points. We've done it purposely in that period of Christmas to understand how busy we are. It'll go right through probably March. So once we have data, that's going to inform us about what the things we don't know, which may in fact clarify some of the parking concerns. And secondly, improvements to Whitsunday Way will happen quite soon with levelling, formalising, so it's actually a more usable parcel of land. So there's some things happening behind the scenes that hopefully will provide us with data that will inform us with regards to the master plan. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Filler?
Yeah, we've got a mover and a seconder of the original proposal there, and we've just added item number 6 here at the moment, like an amendment to it, but we haven't actually voted on it. So what I'd like to propose is we get rid of item number 6 and then attach on item number 4 and just simply put and make amendments as determined by council. And then that opens the thing all up, and then, you know, if council's got a particular issue with one of these items here, we can have a discussion around the table, whatever, make that determination, and depending on, because at the end of the day, there could be some budgetary things and all that sort of stuff in there as well. So I would just like to include at the end of number 4 there, with the master plan, authorise CEO to prepare and implement that and make amendments as determined by council.
So can I just get a government's response on the best way to frame what we're trying to say there, either through point 6 or adding to point 4 on the best way to frame that?
Through Mr. Mayor, I think what we're trying to do is ensure that we can activate the plan as quickly as possible through that process. There is a lot of things in the plan that we can activate through my delegation that you provide as quickly as possible. Where there is a significant budget element or there is a significant decision, of course that's coming back to council for decision making. So it's just making sure that those little ones, those little issues can be addressed immediately, and those bigger ones, obviously if they require a budget, they come back through the process. So.
Yeah, just a little bit of amendment to that, and to make amendments as determined by council. Because I don't think it should just be one of us councils providing some feedback to the CEO. It should be determined by the whole council.
Yep.
I just speak to that. I agree, and I would wonder whether the interpretation of an initial stage 1 action plan is what's written in this plan or can be something else. But I also worry we are leaning to something here where we haven't done with the other master plans is every decision comes back to the table. And that's what I'm trying to find the balance of, that it's discussed, but you know, we don't want to see it held up by needing an individual council vote on everything in this master plan when we don't have it in the Bowen master plan, we don't have it in the Collinsville master plan.
So I guess the way that's there at the moment is with regards to the action plans coming back to council.
Thank you. And that's all that is. Well, I'll just ask for some clarification. I think page 104 of the agenda, just in that sailing club area, I mean, that's currently car park and road reserve. So what is that building with a swimming pool on our current car park? And Director Turner didn't mention putting the cameras in the sailing club car park, where we know it's overflowing every Saturday, we know it's overflowing every event. So how are we, are we going to be getting numbers of people who go there regularly and knowing where those people are going if, as page 104 shows us, we're taking like Coconut Grove at the moment is going from 74 on-street car parks back to 24. We're taking away possibly the whole Sailing Club car park plus another 58 car parks in the lower level. And that's our major event area. So I'd just like to understand, is that car park staying in public hands? Is this a council development? Because we know this plan has no community venue in it at all, no community building for anything. So I'd just like clarification on what's on page 104.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Bowman, through Mr Mayor. As indicated on page 104, the Whitsunday Sailing Club is a work in progress. So that precinct has effectively got a ring around it to say, we don't know what this might look like, nor do we know what may need to be developed to facilitate the sailing. So the light and yellow buildings which are reflected in the plan are effectively potential concepts, just to flag the fact that something might change at this location. We just don't know yet. But it's a site that may have multi-storey car parking. It may have some other form of development to facilitate. So it's not the wording on page 104. Basically says subject to the 2032 Olympics and Paralympic Games planning, redevelopment expansion to Whitsunday Starting Club to support games delivery and legacy outcomes. So it's flagging that it's a very, very important piece of land when as the management of the sailing activities gets going, and therefore it may need to be used for a particular purpose, and potentially it's the creation of an incredible legacy project. Again, what do we show there if we don't show its potential? There's potential for community not to understand that this is a really important land. The intent has always been to make sure that location is a significant car parking solution for the precinct. So it's more an articulation of the potential of the sailing club precinct.
Councillor Good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to my favourite director down there. With the troublemaker, with the Skyway, how much of the Watterson Way car park are we going to lose? Because that's chockers at the moment. So there's obviously going to be some loss of car parking temporarily there as well until we can build something bigger.
Councillor Clifford and Councillor Barnett, I think we're starting to digress into issues that are at a much lower level. We've got a body of work going on over there that's going to inform the car parking. It's separate to what we're adopting today.
Okay.
I think really if you want to keep going back to this, our best effort is to pull it back and take it to a workshop and keep working it.
Happy to go.
Councillor Simpson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I support the resolution, the master plan. It's a broad strategic document. I don't want to get into the fine tuning of engineering and things that might not happen in 5 or 10 years' time. I think it's a good plan, and it gives you something that you can, when the minister's in town or our ED department, like we adopt this, it can be tweaked in the future. But who knows what's going to happen in 10 years' time? So yeah, I support this. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so at this stage we do have effectively amended resolution. So you're happy to move?
Yes.
Move, Councillor Clifford. I'll second. I'm trying to get back to where we got to at the start.
Yes, sorry about that.
But it is an amended resolution. Does anyone else want to comment on what's on the screen there? Director Turner? You're all good? Okay, the motion that Council endorse the Airlie Beach Master Plan as attached, adopt the Airlie Beach Master Plan as the land management plan for the subject area, delegate authority to the CO to make amendments to the document date and information during the operation of the document to ensure it remains current, authorise CO to prepare and implement an initial stage 1 action plan for years 1 to 5 and a 5 to 10 year delivery strategy aligned with the master plan, and to make amendments as determined by Council. Authorise the CEO to utilise the Airlie Beach Master Plan for investment traction through external funding, including grant applications, advocacy, partnerships and private sector engagement, and authorise the CEO to take the feedback provided during the discussion of this report. I put to the vote those in favour. The motion is carried unanimously. Hallelujah.
Well done.
Okay, next master plan, item 11.2, Galbraith Park Master Plan. I'll move Councillor Simpson, second Councillor Wright. Who are we going to talk to this one? Mark?
Passing out the name to Mark Callahan, I'll speak to this one, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mark. Please come forward.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, councillors, Mr. CEO, directors. Today I'm here to seek formal adoption of the Galbraith Park Master Plan. Throughout development of the Master Plan, we have had numerous community consultation, community group consultation, internal stakeholders engagement, and also external consultant engagement. This plan was handed to me in November, and I was given a deadline to design this plan by this timeline, so I'm happy to hold the questions, Mr. Mayor, if I may, if there's any questions on the Galbraith Master Plan. Thank you.
Whoever wants to speak first?
Just a few comments. Thanks a lot, Mark. I think it's a great plan, it's a visionary document. If someone would have asked 5 years ago, well, you know, when I first started in 2020, the people down there wanted another toilet and half a dozen car parks, and here we are, we might have another 50 or so car parks and half a dozen toilets. But it is a very visionary document, and I think it's the start of great things. As Early Beach, Cannon Vale moves into Cannon Valley, it's becoming the central area, and I think that what Landcare's done, the green space, and it's just a nice area, and you've got to think about what it might look like, you know, not what it looks like now, what it might look like in 20 years' time, and I totally support this. I know that it might need a little bit of tweaking in the future, but I think it's a great plan, and well done. Thanks.
Anyone else like to speak to it?
Thanks, Mark. I know it's been a long road, and I agree it'll be a great future asset. I hope people understand why the community hub's going right at the back of the park. I still strongly believe this should be a temporary road until we have secondary access. I don't agree with possibly high-speed vehicles going through there. I know this is a 10 to 15 year timeline, so I'm probably happy not to go into things, but we have only just voted through a master plan that's putting our event space 900 metres away from paid parking. So my concern here is that there may actually need to be community events and things going on here. At the moment, the circus is going on residential land, metres from houses. I still personally believe there should be a library lawn and the community square should move to where the kickabout lawn is, but then we can have, you know, kickabout lawn next to the play swings as well. But I personally believe that large grass area, we put the library in a park to be in a park, and we're saying you've got to look out over a concrete square. For me, that's a high one. So my only issue with what's up there at the moment is there's only administrative amendments in point 3 going forward. But as I said, even if I look to page 206 of the agenda, when we're talking about car parking that's obviously needed down there, we've got a road that goes through, then we're doing a secondary road with car parks off each side. If we just realign the road a little bit and put angle parks off either side, we're saving hundreds of square metres of hard surface in the park. We are saving hundreds of thousands in construction costs of a secondary road just for a car park. Again, with the sunken lawn, I don't know what the costs of that are. To put the road over on undulating land, I don't know what the costs of that are. I just hope we use this as a high-level plan, and in those next development years, but we know we need an access road, I think we are looking to get maximum, but also spend the minimum. This is ratepayers' money and grant money, hopefully, but there's ongoing costs. So, as I see it here, I struggle to support it. That's my issue. I really think we're going to need that community lawn with free parking. Having a sunken one with no ramp access or vehicular access, I can't see it working for us. And I think there's a very long-term growth strategy here. So I think, you know, as what's here, I think the elements are all there. I just question the dollars being spent and the placement.
I guess I'll comment on Mark. Just want to commend you on the work here. I know the time frame has been reasonably tight, and I think we all know why. I think the park is, don't get me wrong, very important, but we know that the community hub is a project that is in development, and hopefully we'll kick off construction sometime this year. So, look, I think talking to my own personal experiences there, I lived here for years and didn't even know this park existed. And I think when you look at what we see happening in this particular area, it's going to grow pretty quickly, and this part really, even just geographically, is right in the middle of everything. So I think all of the natural elements are already there in a lot of ways, and what you've done there really just enhances that. I think we do need to recognise that it will be in the middle of an urban area in a period of time. So really striking that balance between the natural elements of the area there, Galbraith Creek, but also creating a good urban space there for the communities of the future is incredibly important. So commend you for the work that you've done there, and I'm fully supportive. So thank you.
One question. The majority of submissions that we received were about community gardens. So again, don't have them in here. I know this is a 10 to 15 year development plan. Can we just talk through, what our plans are there, or?
Sorry, Councillor Boland, for the chair. For the community gardens, as discussed, I have talked to, we have community gardens down there. I really want to highlight the community garden because we're going to this premium park now. We are naturally based, we designed it around our creeks and natural playground, etc. With the natural path network. For the community gardens, I will discuss going forward the community gardens. I'd like to see an uplift if we are going to retain them in this parkland, but I have also two options or other options for the community gardens throughout parklands in the council edition. That's your question. Thanks, Gordon.
Thank you, Mark. Councillor Finlay.
Thanks, Mayor. Just wondering on the back of Councillor Clay's comments there, with dot point number 4, that we need to put a similar thing there, and amendments as determined by council, just for the future, just to cover ourselves if we want to put something else in there, Mr. Mayor, something comes forward.
You want to propose an amendment?
Yeah, I propose an amendment. Just on number 4 there, I wanted to discover a master plan and authorise the CEO to make amendments as determined by council. That will cover us for the future.
Any discussion or thoughts on that fairly minor amendment?
Sorry.
Councillor Bowman, did you have anything to say on that one?
No, I'm all right. I probably would have just.
Councillor Simpson?
No, I'm happy with that. That's just me.
Okay. So we've got Councillor Finlay moving a amended amendment to the motion there. Do we have a second? Second, Councillor Simpson. Okay. Any further discussion on this one?
Sorry,
Councillor Wright?
haven't we already voted on that?
No, we haven't, no.
But we've moved
We've moved in second, and Councillor Finlay's moving an amended motion, so.
But does that then come back to Councillor Simpson to agree to do myself? Yes.
Yeah, okay, sorry. All right, that's a good point. Thank you, Councillor Wright. So do you agree with the amendment, Councillor?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
So we still need to move it for the amendment.
If they
agree, the amendment becomes a motion? Yep. Okay, yep. All right. Keeping me on my toes today, you people. Okay, so we've got the current motion there that has been amended and accepted by the mover and seconder. Anyone else like to discuss the item? All said and done?
All good, Mr. Mayor. Well done.
Thank you. All right, the motion that council endorse the Galbraith Park Master Plan as attached, adopt the Galbraith Park Master Plan as a guiding document for the subject area, delegate authority to the CEO to make administrative amendments to ensure the document remains current, authorise the CEO to prepare and implement an initial stage 1 action plan and 10 to 15 year delivery strategy aligned with the Galbraith Park Master Plan, and authorise the CEO to make amendments as determined by council, authorise the CEO to utilise the Galbraith Park Master Plan for investment attraction through external funding, including grant applications, advocacy, partnerships, and private sector engagement, and adopt the Galbraith Park Master Plan as a land management plan for the subject area. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried 6-1.
Call a division, Mr. Mayor.
Call a division. Councillor Finlay calls a division. Councillor Clifford, Councillor Collins, Councillor Mayor Collins, Councillor Finlay, Councillor Simpson, Councillor Wright for, Councillor Bowman against.
And Mr. Mayor, I was going to ask to be recorded, but I'd just like to put that I support the community hub and the parkland just like the current design.
All right. Next master plan.
Next one.
Still in the hot seat, Mark?
Few more to go, Mr. Mayor. So, master plan, century master plan.
Okay, so we're moving to, you're all right there, Mads,
Sorry.
you just tell me I've got all day.
Just a note, Councillor Bowman supports the community hub and the parkland, just not current layout.
You'd like to introduce an Kelly?
We'll get a mover and second.
Just noting that you're not happy with the.
Hang on, we'll just,
No,
let's just,
Councillor Bowman supports the community hub and the parklands, just not current layout.
Yeah, that's right. Vote against the master plan.
okay, moving to, you're good there, Mats? Yep, okay, all right, item 11.3, cemetery master plan adoption. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Finlay. Mark, I'll hand over to you to talk us through this one, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Again, Council, I'm here to seek formal adoption of the cemetery master plans and also the cemetery master plan, the plan, which is the strategic document is the cemetery plan, and we have the cemetery master plans, which have given us a 25-year plan for development of our cemeteries as we grow our cemeteries. We are currently only utilising half the land of our cemeteries, so we have got up to 50 years of cemeteries left throughout all our cemeteries in Collinsville, Bowen and Proserpine. These master plans, I've worked with a consultant to develop these master plans, and it's just given us different burial options, natural burials, looking at different options, more memorial walls, more palladium walls, and develop our, in stages, each cemetery as we grow with more burial ground as well, taking into account all the up and feature cemetery burial techniques. So I'm here today again. I'm Mr. Mayor for the chair. If I may, I'm happy to take questions.
Councillor Robb.
Thank you to the Mayor. I think today, like this is great to go out to the community to ensure that the cemeteries across the region are our highest order parks that we look after. They're highly respected because they're a really important place for generations. So I think it's a really great thing that we're ensuring to the community that we are looking after these areas. And having that plan now and into the future. So yeah, it's great to see.
Councillor Robb. Clifford or Penway, do you want to speak to the movers at all?
You guys?
I got Councillor Bowman here if you're not.
Councillor Clay can go first.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I do think there's a lot of great work that's gone into the background of this to provide better service, better record keeping, better management of the background, integration with council staff that members of the public would prefer not to be going through, but I think making that experience as painless as possible in the circumstances is really something I commend that's gone in here. There's a lot of detail behind there that I think does set us up for the future. I'm still struggling a little bit, but also working with a long-term development and changes within all these different parks. I still really have this question to try and understand, are these ultimate development? I can't understand why Proserpine is twice the size of Collinsville, but is getting one toilet, but Collinsville and Bowen are getting two toilets. I just don't understand, and then I know you've gone back with some more coordination of the embellishments in discussion. I think these would probably move around as where areas of the cemetery are opening up, but again, I struggle. If you put the same number, to bring it down to simple, we've got 4 hectares, 6 hectares and 8 hectares. So in my mind, 5 for each doesn't work. It should be per hectare or per metre of path or something like that. But I'm happy to support this because I know how much good is in it. Again, I just hope in the long-term planning going forward that we are balancing what's a very important service against the cost to ratepayers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bowman. Again, we went through the community consultation, we went out to internal stakeholders and had plenty of meetings with the consultant on site. If I may bring to the chair, Mr. Mayor, since over the weekend, Councillor Bowman, I have amended the master plans, taking and having only 5 taps and 5 bin closures in each of the cemetery, and they will be developed as we progress through the development of the cemeteries, and they might be readjusted if we're going to really look at that in the design drawings as well. Councillor, for the toilet commentary, I will take that back and look, and possibly might be a much bigger toilet, but I will take that on board, and we do. And again, those toilets will be installed as we develop the cemetery. And yes, it's a touchy subject. We don't really want to develop too much, but we will develop as we go for the outer years to present, again, beautiful cemeteries and accommodate what we require in the cemeteries. Thank you.
Councillor Finlay?
Yeah, we are caught up with the number of taps and things that we have in our cemeteries, but my big picture of this is, and to endorse Councillor Michelle comments there about the cemeteries are the highest service standard park within our communities. They are, as I said, they're a beautiful place, Mark, and they're a place of memories, a place of honour, and yeah, we need to maintain these at the highest standard, set the standard. We need to make sure our officers know those standards and are doing it. I know we've got some issues with the dryness, particularly up here in Bowen, the cemetery, the old part of the cemetery, and yeah, you got rocks, you got everything there, Mr. Mayor. But and sometimes the weed control will kill the weeds, but unfortunately it takes a while for them to turn over, so we've got to just maintain that. So, Mr. Mayor, fully endorse this. I'm also happy to, obviously cemeteries cannot be cost recovery. Fair enough, the interments, everything like that. As far as maintaining them, there is a service for the council which need to be maintained at the highest standards. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Collins.
Yeah, just in regards to the facilities. Obviously, my mum passed away in 1972. She's in the old monumental cemetery in Proserpine. I remember over the years when I was a young fellow, we used to go there, hook a hose to the tap, go and clean the headstone down, and used to be a shaded area there, used to be a shelter shed type of thing there as well. There's probably not many funerals in the old monumental section anymore, so you probably don't need the shade, but I believe it wouldn't hurt to have a tap in there somewhere, Probably, it's a big area, so I don't know where you could put it, but all I know is there used to be a line going in there years ago, but it's desperately needed, I believe, a tap at least there for the, there's a lot of family still visit there, you go past there, you go out to the dump or go for a drive out the dam, you always see 2 or 3 cars in there in the old monumental section, so there's still a lot of attention going in there, so yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. In the master plan, we do have a shelter in that bottom corner of the old cemetery that we're looking at. We have taps in there, but we'll review those taps. I totally agree. It's nice to have those taps, extra taps for the family, because their monument and the headstone are their own, and it's good for them to have easy access to get water, etc., for a quick clean. If I may go back to Councillor Finlay's, Councillor Finlay, with the cemetery plan, the strategy, I have documented in that after consultation as well with council and yourself and the community, that we have added a section in that we will look to use volunteers or community groups for areas of the cemetery for maintenance, like our old cemeteries. I have talked to my coordinators. They have the understanding of council's expectation of our cemeteries. We are lifting our standards, and we are really concentrating, as I say as well, cemeteries are a restful place and a peaceful place, and should be presented in the highest quality.
Thank you, Councillor.
Well done, Mark. Another good master plan and good process on this one. I did meet the consultants, and yeah, I think you have the right people for the job, and you've got something there that I think with our master plans we talk about aspiration. I don't think you can have an aspirational cemetery plan, but what it does is gives our community confidence for what the future of those spaces looks like. So I think that's fantastic. And to echo Councillor Wright, Councillor Finlay's comments there, we know how sensitive these places can be when things go wrong. So yeah, I think it's good to see them prioritised in our service and how we look at them as an organisation. Is there any further? Anyone else like to speak to the item? Councillor Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mark. My parents are both buried in the lawn part, and I'd like to commend council staff on the way that they maintain that area. It is truly fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Councillor Clifford. I'll certainly pass that on to the office.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion that Council endorse the Whitsunday Regional Council Cemeteries Plan is attached for the entire region. Adopt the Cemeteries Plan 2026 and Cemetery Master Plan 2025 as the guiding documents for cemetery planning, management and future investment across the Whitsunday region. Delegate authority to the CEO to make administrative amendments to make sure that the documents remain current and responsive to legislative changes, community needs. Authorise the CEO to develop and implement a Stage 1 action plan and 20-year delivery plan consistent with the adopted Cemeteries Plan and Cemeteries Master Plan. Authorise the CEO to utilise the Cemeteries Plan and Cemetery Master Plan for investment attraction through external funding opportunities, including grant applications, advocacy, partnerships and private sector engagement, and adopt the Cemetery Master Plans as the land management plans for the subject area. I'll put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay. Moving to 11.4, which is our first of our development applications. Development application for reconfiguration of a lot, one lot into 4 lots, and access easements at 54 Buttermans Road, Riordan Vale. Move Councillor Wright. Second, Councillor Simpson. Pat, did you want to talk to this one?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just got a quick PowerPoint to take councillors through on this application. We'll just go up on the screen. What we are looking at is a 1 into 4 subdivision in the rural residential zone. The reason it's coming to council is because it's creating multiple rear lots, and for that purpose it requires the determination of council. When we get the plan up there, it'll just show us the locality that we're in. Wonderful.
Is that good now?
Yep, that's the right one. Thanks,
From the
Max.
beginning, it just is. Just click on the first slide.
Yep.
We're back to windows again.
Try just.
Yeah, what the plan will show you is a 1 into 4 subdivision. The block is being accessed from an access easement. Primary matter for the application is the standard of that shared access easement. Our recommendation to council is consistent with the standards of a 5.5 metre wide sealed driveway. Other issues that came up in the assessment was a submitter with concerns about taking access from Holloway Drive. To resolve that point, the applicant has basically removed their rights to use that access easement, but for clarity we've also included condition 1.4 as an advisory condition to ensure that access is not permitted from Holloway Drive. Happy to take any questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions? Would anyone like to speak to the Councillor Wright?
Thank you, through the Mayor. Matt, just looking at this, I fully support the application. However, just one of the conditions with the actual road, it's been brought to my attention that part to lot 1 has been sealed, and that's at 3 metres. But the condition is for the whole access to be 5.5 wide and sealed. Because this is a private access road, it's not one of council's road. I'm thinking, because we haven't had the time to do up a separate recommendation, if we could table this at this point in time. And my reason being is to let them have the 3.5 that's already constructed as it is, or 3 metre constructed road, and then from there onwards, from lot 1 onwards, then have it 5.5 metres as a gravel construction. That's my thought, but look, I'm happy to have that discussion, and yeah, thinking of tabling that to get the wording and the conditions right.
Okay, so Councillor Wright, given you the move, so you want to put the matter on the table until we can go and have a look at the conditions of approval, is that correct?
Yes, please, yeah.
Okay. did you want to comment on that at all, Matt?
Just a quick comment, Mr Mayor. We might look at providing passing bay opportunities in that first section. It is 115 metres long, where they do have that initial seal. There will be a requirement for vehicles to be able to pass. There's not good sight lines through that area. So if the matter is tabled, we can bring that back for discussion.
Thank you.
All right. So you want to move a procedural motion to put the item on the table. I know we're pretty close to morning tea.
Yep.
And you can sit down with Matt and work out what you want it to look like as an amendment, and then we'll come back and see if the seconder's happy with that. Does that sound appropriate?
You could just get a morning tea and we'll try and deal with it and just leave it open until we come back.
Well, yeah, I'm just not sure whether Matt's, it might take a little bit longer to get those conditions, is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair.
He doesn't get a sausage roll. So.
Through the chair, it will be necessary for us to speak with the engineers. So to be able to meet the meeting's availability, it might be preferable to bring it back to
future meeting
to make sure that we get the wording as Councillor Wright's described into those conditions.
Just a quick question on timings. I guess the applicant would be happy to extend, but where's your time on this number of days and what?
I'll have to take the question on notice so we can check, provide council that information, but as is described, the amendment, I imagine that seeking an extension will not be an issue with the applicant.
Okay. All right, so I'm with you. So it's just a procedural motion to table the matter to the next meeting?
Yes.
Yep, okay. So put that to, so procedural motion, Councillor Wright to table, put the matter on the table to table the report for the February ordinary meeting, and do you want to add to discuss the conditions of approval or something?
Yeah, tweak the conditions,
with the applicant?
Yep.
Okay, I put that, you're right there, Mats? Yep. I put that to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried 6-1. Okay,
You want to return this to me? Anything in me with the sausage roll?
oh, I am, yes. Been hitting the snakes pretty hard. I think we'll do 11.5, given our time frame. Do we know what there's more morning tea out there waiting for us? Are we still waiting on morning tea? Do we know?
It's not there.
Okay, we'll go to 11.5. Okay, item 11.5 is a request for extension of currency period. The preliminary approval and development permit for reconfiguring a lot 1 into 112 lots, stages 5 to 8 of the Sanctuary Estate, Jubilee Pocket Road, Jubilee Pocket. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Finlay. Do you want to talk us through this, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. What we have is a request to extend the currency period of an active approval. The approval is currently under construction. Stages 5A and 5B are on the way at the moment. The expectation is that those stages will be completed, weather dependent, within 2026. So the proponent is required to finish the approval within the currency period. So what they're seeking from council is approval to extend that forward. So what they're looking at is to take that forward until the 26th of November 2027. Happy to take any questions, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Clifford.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Matthew. Did they get that automatic extension for the COVID thing? Some developments I know did. They got a 2-year extension on their applications. Was this applicable here as well?
Through the chair, so yes, this application has been around long enough that it did get the 2-year ministerial extension because of the disruptions of COVID.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. It has been around long enough, Matt. It was put in 2008. It's then finally, but with the drop-off post GFC still, it took to 2013 to be approved. It's taken a number of extensions to get this far, but at least there has started being some development of houses, so I'm supportive of giving them that opportunity. The one question is, with the further stages going forward, we are still under the 2000 planning scheme and the Integrated Planning Act when we're making these decisions, so I think that's something we have to think very carefully of with major developments. But under that, and when you look, this is a preliminary approval, you know, where they have specific codes to protect vegetation outside of the building envelope. I haven't, because it's 2008, I can't find it on the portal to see, but this entire development, that huge big area outside the little bit that Clearfeld now, is all in Category B protected vegetation. I'm just wondering, by giving this extension here today, is there a possibility to see better protection and you know, some of the existing vegetation to be maintained as was the intent with the division, the initial application and approval, or by me voting for an extension of this today, do I see that huge area of protected vegetation being bulldozed like I've seen with this stage?
Through the Chair, so the application, the request over before Council is just to provide an extension, it's not to make any changes. The proponent can come forward and has done through the years to make changes, and that gives Council an opportunity to revisit some of the questions that you've raised here. The approval is subject to vegetation management controls and the inspectors on the ground making sure that those are being followed through during construction. But if there were additional things that Council wanted, we would need the proponent to come forward with another change to the proposal. So we would need to have that discussion with the proponent about their intentions.
I think since briefing, I took the fortune of doing a bit of a drive around, call it environmental management spot checks, and happening across this site in Jubilee Pocket. Happy to report that they're doing better than some. And not only that, they're into the construction of this project, and yeah, as I said, they seem to have a number of environmental controls in place, and we're progressing as we would hope that they would be progressing. So yeah, I'm quite happy to support this. Councillor Clifford.
Just following on from that, they appear to be one of the better ones down in my part of the world as far as looking after the environment and not being a menace to neighbours. So they appear to be very well behaved and quite conservative actually in what they're doing, and I welcome the additional dwellings.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to the item? Okay, the motion that Council approves a request for extension of currency period for a preliminary approval and development permit, reconfiguring one lot into 112 lots, stages 5 to 8 Century Estate, Jubilee Pocket Road, Jubilee Pocket. I'll put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion's carried unanimously. Okay, just advise morning tea has arrived, so I'll move to adjourn for morning tea at 10:28 a.m. All in favour? Carried. That's-
Problem, yeah.
Okay, everyone, we'll resume the meeting at 10:51 a.m. Our next item is 11.6, development application for reconfiguration of a lot 1 into 3 at 410 Shoot Harbour Road, Mount Julian. Move Councillor Collins.
Declarable conflict, Mayor. The applicant's brother has worked for me and my wife for the last 27 years. I don't believe there's a conflict there because it's just a, I don't believe there's a conflict if you want to vote on me staying in the room or not. I'm more than happy to accept that, but I don't believe there is there, so.
Any objections necessitating a vote? We don't have to take a vote, do we?
If it's clearly a declarable one,
I'll move that Councillor Collins stay in the room.
Yep. And you can vote, okay. All in favour? Carried 6-0. Councillor Collins remains for the item and to vote. Item 11.6, so I move Councillor Collins. And did you have something else to add?
Approve.
Okay, yes, so we've, at the moment we've got a refusal, so you're moving to approve?
Yeah. Maddie puts in.
Can you just speak to grounds for approval?
Yeah, Maddie's got the other option, other agenda motion there to approve. Alternate motion, yeah, sorry.
I think yours a second, don't you? Okay, Councillor Wright's a second. Okay, just bring it back. There's a bit of information there on the screen. Can we? You're across the amendment, Matt? Yes. Yep. Okay. All right. Can you just talk us through, obviously, the report and in context of the amended motion?
Can you speak to it?
Oh, yeah. I'll let you speak first, Councillor.
Yeah. I mean, you're all fully aware of the block of land which is in question here, no doubt, as you come in from Airlie Beach on the left-hand side, just past Mount Julian. You can see it's completely changed from what it was 18 months ago. I believe there hasn't been any cane grown on there for at least 15 years. The previous owner never had, the previous owner that actually owned the land in the first place, he hadn't had cane grown there for over 15 years. The land itself, you'll find, is it's probably, could class it as filling actually, because as you come along from Myrtle Creek, you've got 5 acre blocks and you come up to this block there, and across the road there is there's a housing development, Braemar, and further along, you've got beside these blocks here, there's a couple of houses right beside it, and there's a block of land and house behind it as well, and vice versa on the other side as well. So yeah, I believe that it's actually. It looks good. I think he's done a wonderful job out there, and what it is there now, that block in the middle where the house is, his daughter's going to be in that one there, and he's got stables there, and he's going to be, he runs horses. He's got polocrosse and race horses, which aren't very good horses, but they're still horses, and he's working towards just to run the horses in that area there. So yeah.
Okay, Matthew, I'll let you talk us through.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We might just throw the presentation up on the screen, mates, just to show the councillors the location in which this application is.
11.6 minutes.
Very good. Full screen. Got more play. There we go. So what we can see up here, councillors, is the rural zone parcel of the subject land. We can see it in the context of the wider agricultural area on the south of Shoot Harbour Road. If we go to the next plan here, we can see the proposed layout that has been submitted to council for consideration. Importantly, there will be access from the unnamed road reserve for proposed lot 5 and Dorothy Road for proposed lot 7. Donadelli Road, sorry, Lot 7. The existing dwelling, as can be seen there with the structures, is going to remain on proposed Lot 6. Our recommendation to council is the impacts of subdivision in the rural area and the adjoining contestable land issues that have been raised previously with these applications is a recommendation for refusal.
Okay, so with it being moved to approve, have we done anything around the conditions with the access and the roads? I guess my thoughts particularly around Sheet Harbour Road.
Thank you, Mr. So the conditions that have been raised in the motion from Councillor Collins have included conditions to construct both the accesses of both road reserves. However, there are no conditions from the Department of Transport and Main Roads for Sheet Harbour Road being a road under their jurisdiction. Basically, the status quo of the turn-ins from those locations remain.
So there's no turn-in on Lot 5 at 7 and 7 at the moment, is there?
So Lot 5, through the chair, does have basically a little slip lane area. If we go back to the plan above, if it will, there is the adjoining residential enclave to the north, where there is the intersection that makes that access. Donadelli Road, however, does not have the ability to pull into a turning lane to make a right turn or a left turn into that road reserve.
Okay. Councillor Simpson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I realise it's a small parcel of land, it's in the rural zone, and you know, there's arguments both ways, but the access off Sheet Harbour Road is the one that I struggle with. There's been, I think it was an email yesterday, something like 17
accidents in 5 years.
In 5 years. It's a 100k zone, it's our busiest road, and a lot of it's in my division, and there has been, I've had numerous calls over the years, and yeah, it's just, you know, the proponent's done a great job out there. He's tied into, you know, what was a derelict farm pretty much for many, many years. He's done a great job, but unless we could condition it some other way that there were accesses, I can't believe TMR's let this go, that 2 additional blocks, you know, where do you stop? How many access do you have along these roads? Gregory Cannon Valley Road, it's exactly the same. It's getting busier and busier by the day, and there's more and more accidents, so you know, I won't be supporting it.
Just following on from Councillor Simpson, it is basically peak hour along there now almost every day, bumper to bumper. It is dangerous as it is without having additional cars coming and going and doing right-hand turns. And you know, you only need to have a moment's distraction and you're into the back of another car. It's just chaotic, the road, particularly in both directions, peak hour.
Councillor Collins?
I don't believe the main roads don't have an issue with this. Why should we really? We all understand it's a busy road, yes, but this isn't the time to be looking at making change on the road now. Maybe we need to put a motion forward at another meeting in regards to the road, but at this stage, main roads don't have an issue with it. Donadelli Road's been there for a long, long time, been used by a lot of people over the years, so, you know, it's a fishing net behind there, so I can't see any problem with it at all at the moment.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, I do support how it is, so I think it, like obviously the applicant is going to put his daughter there. There's no way that I would put my daughter there if I thought there was any issues, but like obviously he thinks it's safe enough, so yeah, I'm happy to support, yeah, the recommendation to approve.
Councillor Finlay.
Just a comment. So across the road there's a subdivision. How does that access actually work?
Slip lanes.
Slip lanes. But there's 200 houses there.
Thank you, through the chair. So yes, those are the slip lanes that I was speaking about before, that if you're heading from across the pine to Cannondale, you have the ability to turn into the slip lane to make a left turn, which basically also provides the ability for vehicles to pass if there was a right turn being made. if you're heading towards Proserpine, to that unnamed road reserve, there is a slip lane again to basically make the left turn if there was a vehicle turning right into that residential area.
Matthew, so we can't condition that they can't utilise Shute Harbour Road for access, or what, for the new blocks, I guess I'm talking?
So the responsibility for the assessment of the state controlled road rests with TMR. So we will assess our local roads as relevant to the application. It's not within our assessment regime to be assessing what can be done on Shute Harbour Road, so to speak. Council can take wider consideration, however, to regional road traffic safety. There's higher order provisions of the planning scheme that does allow those considerations, however, to be made in planning decisions.
So with this particular instance, they don't have an issue, or we haven't referred it to them?
So the application has been referred due to its proximity to the state controlled road. We received their response that basically did not put any conditions on the application so far as doing any works to Shute Harbour Road or additional slip lanes as well.
Councillor Roth.
Thank you, Chair. Could we just have a quick look at the surrounding area with the other different size blocks, please, Nate? Yeah, thank you. So looking at that, can we zoom that in a little bit? I guess looking at that, like there's several blocks around there that are quite smaller. Are they conditioned to a higher standard?
They don't turn in off Shute Harbour Road generally, is that correct? Or?
Through the chair, that's correct. They're also a different zoning. The small lots that you can see to the north of the subject lot are urban zone blocks that were put in under an approval many years ago, where there are services that have been made available in that area.
I guess my point is there, like you can see there is houses on either side, so people do live in that area, which is similar to what they're proposing on this particular application.
But I guess my question is, are there driveways going straight onto Shute Harbour Road?
Through the chair, no.
Yeah.
All the blocks further down this way are that way. From Myrtle Creek onwards do. If we can have the picture going across that way, you'll see, but yeah.
So I had Councillor Clifford, then Councillor Finlay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Years ago, there was the development approved, near Plans Whitsunday, and they were not allowed to come out onto Shute Harbour Road, so they had to come out at that other intersection further up the road, which had slip lanes and all the rest of it. I just am really concerned about additional entries and exits on Shute Harbour Road.
Councillor Finlay.
Matt, just, I thought we were talking about the access to the two end blocks, one going onto the unnamed road and the other one to wherever it starts with E on the other end, not on the Alley Road. So in this amendment, have we got that in there, or are we saying you can't do that? Because what I'd like to add is that the access to both those blocks, one go to the Donna Gully Road and one to the unnamed road, because those both roads then feed out to the Shute Harbour Road. So is that, if it's not in there, can we condition that like that, please?
So through the chair, that is the access arrangement. So TMR have not permitted direct access to be made from those proposed lots. The access is to come onto council local roads in those road reserves and then to take access.
So that is a TMR condition. They can't just have their, I know we're saying that they set up their driveways there, but they can't turn around and say we're going out this way.
Correct, Mr Mayor, and the primary consideration for council then is those local roads make access then at the point with the state controlled road.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm not a big supporter of rural subdivision anyway, but I have looked at this and the access and the trade-off, could we get a benefit of reducing one driveway, because my major concern is turning movements across Shute Harbour Road. The current conditions are saying they've got to construct 70 metres of road on the unnamed road. They've got to actually give up 10 metres of their land down the other end to get to the road reserve to then build another road. That's really expensive to do. 2 intersections and 70 metres of road plus give up land for a road reserve. That's where I was wondering if because, you know, back at Mount Julian, there's a long slip lane for people turning right into there, but there's only a short slip lane for turning left if anyone's turning right into the unnamed road. But that's, I'd probably look at this differently if all the traffic was going to that one intersection that could manage traffic better, and then they easemented across the other lots and we took a driveway across. But you're still dealing with 3 houses accessing, but at least at one intersection rather than spread along 100km/h zone. But yeah, for me, I think Councillor Simpson touched on my real concern is the turning movements.
Okay. Look, I don't have an issue with the division of the land. I think as we see across the road there's already some activity there. My concern is Shute Harbour Road. This was a rural road. It's not a rural road anymore. It's a borderline a highway. It would be up there probably as, other than the Bruce Highway, probably the busiest road in our entire region. And I don't know whether fortuitously or not, we've been recipient of black spot data in the last week, and the advice coming back from our infrastructure team is regards to state roads. This section here is priority number 2. We've got 17 accidents on there in 5 years, and I don't know how often everyone drives this road. I drive it regularly, and I reckon 17 is a lucky number because you've got a high speed area, lots of in and out turning, and lots of potential for issues. I think coming back to what we need to do in the future is obviously advocate for improvements to this road, but we know how challenging that is in the current environment. So I think given that TMR have not permitted access to the road, look, that gives me some confidence, but I think if the applicant wasn't happy with the development conditions requiring them to go out to the side roads, I don't think I could be in a position to change that. So, anyone else like to speak to the item? Something, Councillor Finlay?
No, my only thing is just to reiterate that they can't access directly onto the highway. Not to Shute Harbour Road. They have to have their access to the 2 side ends, because those roads already feed into the highway, onto the Shute Harbour Road anyway. So as long as that's firm in the condition that they can only access the 2 end roads, and I'm happy with that. Take the point about Mr. Mayor about all the accidents. Yep. I guess maybe it's worthy of consideration, changing the speed limit.
So we're comfortable there, Matt? Yep. Councillor Collins, give you a final word.
Yeah, look, that's the applicant's intention, is to come off Bonner Valley Road and the unnamed road. Yeah, so that was his intention all along.
Okay. So we've got it is a move to approve there. We got that's not the correct motion, no?
The original motion?
No, the original was a refusal. So the Councillor Collins and Wright moved to approve. Okay, that's one. Yep, that's okay. So was Collins and
Right. Second.
No, it was Councillor Wright. Yep. Okay, the motion that Council approve the development application for reconfiguration of lot 1 into 3, made by BR Little and SL Little, located at 410 Shute Harbour Road, Mount Julian, subject to the conditions listed in the report. I'll put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried 4-3. Okay, moving on to our next item. Item 11.7. Development application for development permit material change of use for 40 short-term accommodation units, 1 Loop Road, Jubilee Pocket. Move Councillor Clifford. I'll second that one. Matt, I'll let you talk us through it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, we'll just fire up a PowerPoint to show councillors where and what the proposal plans for this application look like. What we have is the Jubilee Tavern site. There is a large vacant area at the rear of the site. where the proposal has come forward to site 40 short-term accommodation units. The reason the application is brought forward to council for consideration is that the Jubilee Tavern is on industrial zone land, although it has not been used for industrial use since the original subdivisions of the Loop Road area to occur. Notwithstanding, it still does come with that zoning, which is why it's brought forward for council's determination. What we can see here is the location of the 40 short-term accommodation units. We also do have a realigning of the shared car parking area of the Jubilee Tavern that will occur as a result of the proposal. What that does is it provides a better layout for accessibility of those that are using the rear car park, and it also provides the ability for pedestrians to move in a safer manner than currently occurs in the car park. Our recommendation to council is that, on balance, notwithstanding the industrial zoning of the land, there are significant other relevant matters that weigh heavily in favour of approval, and our recommendation to council is approval subject to conditions.
Thank you, Matthew. Second matter, Councillor Clifford.
Thank you. Yes, just through the chair to Matthew, have we come to an agreement on how high some of the units have to be above ground level due to the flooding that goes on at the back there?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Clifford. Yes, we've included conditions of approval that have finished floor levels for all the habitable structures on site. Because of the proximity to the drainage path at the rear, we've had to make sure that the water can flow underneath so it's not impeded by the structures, and to also make sure that the areas in which pedestrian movement will occur happens in the low flood hazard areas, does not happen in any of the medium or high flood hazard areas.
Thank you.
Matt, I got no issue. Obviously, even though it's in industrial there, I think we discussed, it's not accessible for anything without going through the pub. So to me, that's a non-issue. Do we have any understanding of probably even this? You know, we've had a couple of bad flood events through there recently. Do we have any understanding of how that might have impacted the site in question here, and sort of the one we've had in the last couple of weeks, and probably same time last year?
Thank you through the chair. So we've been able to use council's updated flood modelling for 1% ADP, 1 in a 100-year flood event, to use the old terminology for our consideration of this application. So that's allowed us to understand what those finished floor levels up to what is those significant flood level events, what we need to make sure that we raise that building up to. So we have had the benefit of the most up-to-date information available for this assessment.
Councillor Clifford?
Yeah, just in the, I don't know what you want to call it, the creek, the drain, whatever it is behind this area, there's some massive trees growing up out of the middle which are probably contributing to the flood events. And I don't know how many times I've asked them, can we please find out why we can't clear that through to enable the water to get away?
Good, Chair. So we can take that matter under consideration for discussions with the impacted landowners of any of those areas that do have what might be seen as obstructions to the flow of water. As far as going back to this application is concerned, again, we've used that updated modelling to make sure in the current state of events with what they are, that we've got those floor levels up.
And I appreciate that.
Any further, anyone else like to speak to the item? Motion to approve, Mads. Okay, the motion that council approve the development application for development permit material change of use for 40 short-term accommodation units made by Queensland Venue Co. located at 1 Loop Road, Jubilee Pocket, subject to the conditions outlined in the attachment. I'll put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, moving on to item 11.8, donations, sponsorships and grants approved December 2025. With Councillor Wright, second Councillor Clifford. Director Julie, would you like to speak to your report?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, I'll take the report as read. It's for the grants and donations for the month of December 2025. As usual, end of the year, there is always considerably less applications. So for December, the approvals have been for one junior elite athlete grant for $250, 3 donations were approved totaling $9,000. There was no in-kind donation applications, 0 sponsorship applications, only the one sport and rec club grant for $1,500 and only the one application for donation on council fees, and that was for a total of $470. So I'll take the rest as read, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Director Wright. Any questions for the Director, Councillor Bowman?
I'll just speak briefly. I think we all know there's a lot of good groups, both locally and apart, that do great work for the community. I know we've spoken about developing our policies on this, but when decisions are being made under delegation, I just can't support a report that's come to us where money has been given away to external groups when our current policy says 80% of members must live within the region. So, fully supportive of the work that's done.
What are you referencing there, Councillor?
Within the donations, approved donation application, December, page 418. So our current policy says that anyone that receives a donation must have 80% of their members within the region. So I support these groups, and we have discussed that amending this going forward, that outside people that
which one have you got issue with, Councillor?
it's the 2 by the former Origin greats. We've got a lot of good footballers here, but I don't believe we have 80% of the Origin greats. And then also the Epic Walk for DB, local supporting a great need locally, but it's being done by Women's Legal Service Queensland, which we know Dancing CEOs, everything is supported. My thing is, I'd probably vote to give this money to such worthy causes. My issue here is when things are being done under delegation, they need to be done by policy. So this is just me explaining why I won't accept this report. I certainly know we're in the process of probably moving towards that, but delegation and rules are in place to be done by policy. So I struggle, even though if it came to the table, which I expect it probably should have, I probably would have voted to do this. I struggle with things happening under delegation that aren't in accordance with policy. Thank you.
Director, would you like to respond?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, my team interpret the policy, okay, as it says for 80% of the members. It interprets the policy as 80% of the members within the region are attending that particular event. So take, for example, the Epic Walk for DB. That was for this region, Whitsunday region. Again, for the form Origin, for the FOGs, again, it's their involvement, but it's for the region. So it'll be 80% of the people that are attending that are local, regional. Yes, we've got a review, which we'll be back to councillors to discuss at the 18th of February, to change the wording. So it's not as I interpret it, or how my team interpret it, it will be to the letter. But that is the intent, which follows the purpose of the policy, to allow these events to take place.
Thank you, Director. Any other questions on the report? That's right.
Through the chair. So Director Julie, just with the former Origin greats, look, I've seen our local sporting group, Bomb Seagulls, advertising this local, that they actually had a bit of a role to play in assisting sort of making this happen. So yeah, fully supported.
Just I read somewhere about the proceeds of this night goes towards equipment and stuff for the 40 clubs, so back locally.
Anything else on the report? Okay, the motion that council note the financial support for junior elite athlete grant applications approved. Donation and in-kind donation applications approved. Sport and Recreation Club applications approved, and donation on council fee applications approved for the month of December 2025. And as per the attachments in the report, I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Motion is carried 6-1. Okay, item 11.9, Sport and Rec Facility Management Grants, Bowen Sporting Complex.
Next, on this one, I may have a prescribed interest as a connection, and I do apologise, I just woke up. So I might have a prescribed interest in this one, so I will just leave.
Okay, to be sure. So, no. He's just noted a prescribed conflict of interest, and we'll leave it at that.
The county fund I work for has an interest in this organisation.
So Councillor Finlay left the meeting for further discussion on the report. So I'll just read the title first. So it is the Sporting and Recreation Facility Management Grant for Bowen Sporting Complex Ordinating Association. Move Councillor Wright, second Councillor Clifford. Director Julie, would you like to talk to your report?
Yes, Mr Mayor, councillors again, as read, it's for the Sport and Recreation Facility Club Grant. The Bowen Sporting Complex fits Band 1, has 8 clubs that use the sporting fields, and within that eight clubs they have 950 members, so it fits the band, and hence the reason for the 20,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Now I'd like to talk to them about Councillor Wright.
Thank you, through the Chair. Yeah, look, I do sit on the committee as a council representative, not on the committee, but I just attend the meetings as a council representative. And yeah, look, without this funding, they would be going backwards. So this is, yeah, great to see, and yeah, would like to continue this. It's quite cheap looking at it. Like if we were to maintain it, it would cost a lot more. So yeah, 100%, and they do a great job out there.
Thank you. Anyone else like to talk to it? I'll echo that, Councillor Wright. I think for $20,000 a year, these payments are pretty good value for money from our perspective for maintaining our facilities to the standards that they do. Everyone okay? Okay. The motion that council approved the payment of $20,000 Sport and Recreation Facility Management Grant to Bowen Sporting Complex Coordinating Association Inc. It's a mouthful of a title. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried 6-0. Can someone please let Councillor Finlay back in for us? Okay, welcome back, Councillor Finlay. The motion on the previous item relating to Bowen Sporting Club was passed. Item 11.10, inquiry into local government funding and financial sustainability. I'll move this one. Second, Councillor Clifford. Manager Noel, would you like to speak to your item, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, Council has been given an opportunity to make a submission to the Federal Government Standing Committee on Regional Development, Local Government and Territories on the sustainability of councils. You all are aware that local governments receive the smallest share of taxation, just 3% of all the local levels of government, but we deliver 33% of the community services. Shockingly, QAO have found that despite the structural reforms in 2008, 48 councils are at moderate or high risk of being financially unsustainable. That's 62%. So the submission suggests that the federal government look at improved funding to local government, removing rating exemptions to state and federal government, enhanced workforce sustainability in forms of housing, childcare and migration, improving telecommunications and transport infrastructure, expanding disaster resilience, and all this is consistent with LGAQ research and policy that has been done over a number of years. So that's my suggestion as to a submission to the Department.
Thank you, Noel. Okay, would anyone like to ask questions or make comment?
Briefly, thanks. I support the work you've done, the submission you put in. I think it's a very common thing. The one thing about councils that aren't financially sustainable, luckily we're doing quite well, but we've seen with the smaller councils that aren't, the available money in grants especially have been shifting to those. So our slice of the pie has been getting smaller and smaller, even though we've been doing a lot of things financially correct. And this still has an effect on us. So it's terrible that there are financially unsustainable councils, but it's also a shame that money's being taken away from those ones that are doing their bit, but making it harder and harder on ratepayers. The other thing I just have to touch on, when you think about just the fuel levy alone, the feds are getting over $20 billion a year just through the fuel levy. I think we know what we try and make Gary's department do to all our roads, and you're watching $20 billion being given to the feds directly out of our petrol tanks, and we're just not seeing that money coming back on the roads. So fully support the submission. I do think as a medium-sized regional council, we've probably got some information to add, but we'll support that general consensus. All councils are similar.
Look, I think this is an important issue for local governments right around the country, and it's good that the federal government has initiated this inquiry. I think probably more interested to see the outcome of said inquiry rather than the inquiry itself, and I think we all know the challenges that local government face. I think the points that are in here are fine. I think it talks to the decreasing pie, and as Councillor Bowman mentioned, we're getting into a situation where we're getting smaller pieces as a local government. That's something that we need to continue to address. Probably, I guess that discussion occurs more at a state level. But I think, most councils, particularly on the infrastructure front, that's something that's mentioned here, that is the area that federal government can help the most. We know infrastructure is the big ticket items often, that is the region building, nation building stuff that we just don't have the capacity to really take on. And you go back to an item like what we discussed there with regards to Shute Harbour Road. We know the only way that section is ever going to get funded is the federal government stumping up 80% of the money to fix that section of road. It's important we keep beating the drum on this, and obviously work with our other councils and state body around what we need to do from an advocacy perspective. So thank you. Anyone else like to speak to the item? Okay, the motion that council note the federal inquiry into local government funding and financial sustainability, endorse the preparation of submission to the inquiry as outlined in the attachment, and due by the 3rd of February, so only a couple of days away. Considers key issues for inclusion in the submission, including financial sustainability, cost shifting and adequacy of federal funding, which is also contained in that attachment. I put to the vote. Are those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, item 11.11, update to council meeting dates 2026. Move Councillor Collins, second Councillor Finlay. Manager Norm, do you just want to touch on this one quickly? It's pretty straightforward. If you're happy for me just to push it through, I'm happy unless anyone wants to think I'm the problem. So.
Bring home the check, Mr. Mayor.
It is very difficult to juggle diaries, as you well know, and we start out at the beginning of the year and we plan, the year going forward, but always there's things that pop up that we hadn't considered because they're simply unknown at that stage. So it's a matter of juggling those dates to maximise attendance and the ability to participate.
Thank you. Any discussion on this one? Okay, the motion that council change the ordinary council meeting date held on the 25th of March 2026 to Wednesday 18th of March 2026. And necessary public notice be provided, so it's a week earlier than normal, and change the ordinary council meeting being held on the 25th of November 2026 to the Wednesday 18th of November 2026, again a week earlier, and the necessary notice provided. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Item number 11.12, council endorsement of motions for submission to the 2026 National General Assembly, which is the ALGA Conference. Move Councillor Bowman, second Councillor Clifford. Manager Norm, would you like to talk to this one?
So the National General Assembly is the main meeting of the Australian Local Government Association, and they are the peak body for local government throughout Australia. They're an influential body when it comes to governments and their policies going forward. They've asked for submissions, and I've suggested that we look at a national licensing and procurement framework for enterprise software and cyber security solutions. Now, when you look at the environment, if you like, every council has an enterprise system running their software. State and federal agencies have very similar systems. Technology One is one of the biggest providers of those systems, and as such, it would make sense create a lot of economies of scale if there was one agreement between Tech One and a representative of government, and then we all had a part within that. We pay a lot of money for our enterprise services, Technology One and Civica here, and cyber security again is also moving very fast. It's one of the biggest risks facing local government. So if we can have a whole of government approach, local, state and federal, to having those licences and access to that enterprise system, the economies of scale should reduce our costs significantly.
Thank you. Anyone like to speak to the matter? Councillor Wright?
Thank you, through the Mayor. I don't have an issue with the motions, it's just the conference in general. Went down to this one last year and was really not impressed with the fact that we go to a lot of trouble to get down there, we pay for accommodation and we don't even get through the motions. So to me, I don't have an issue if the Mayor goes down to talk to different ministers, but I think this, unless they do change the layout and put the motions first, I think this is a waste of money going down for this one.
Yes, Mark. I think just adding to that, I think it was definitely disappointing that they didn't get through the motions last year, and there really was no follow-up with the stuff that didn't go through. I would like to think that we're helping the issue here by submitting one motion as opposed to five. I think we put in last year. And look, there's probably an opportunity to have a conversation with the ALGA president to try and make that conference a bit more succinct and impactful. I guess commenting on probably what we've got here, I actually am surprised it hasn't come up previously, because I think without a doubt every local government in the country is probably getting held over the barrel here on this particular issue, and every year we're looking at how much more it's going to cost us. So I think it is a pointed one. I think I'm glad that the resolution says just for them to develop a framework rather than actually develop a computer system themselves. I think we've seen with the bomb that can be a very slippery slope. But I think take Councillor Michelle Wright's point, and I think I'm happy with what's there. Anyone else like to comment on the motion? Councillor Finlay.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Fully support this motion. Obviously, councillors are aware of my recent comments regarding our enterprise system, so happy to support this motion, Mr. Mayor, and hopefully we get some bit of traction from the government, from the feds and whatever, and they're going to throw a few money out, even they're going to throw a few extra dollars our way, but hopefully we end up with a more financially sustainable enterprise system and cyber security.
Can I just clarify? So does this mean like we're just submitting the motion? Yes.
Okay. So the motion the Council endorses the submission of the following motion to the 2026 National General Assembly of Local Government, National Licensing and Procurement Framework for Enterprise Software and Cyber Security Solutions. I'll put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Item number 11.13, Office of the Mayor and CEO Activity Report. I'll move. Second, Councillor Bowman. Mr CEO, do you want to talk us through this one?
Just briefly, obviously, the CEO's directorate includes a range of our economic development, and our media team and our HR team. The focus over that period between October and December, primarily forwarding and progressing those forward planning documents going forward, the master planning, as we set our vision for the future. Moving really into that implementation of the economic development strategy, now that's adopted, the team is focused on really just making sure that implementation is occurring and working through those. We've been doing a range of advocacies at the levels of government, working with the Mayor in terms of ensuring that our position is on the table in Brisbane and also when the ministers come and visit our region. We've been doing a fair bit of work on the website, and there's a lot of work in trying to ensure that that website is up to standard both in terms of the back of house but also the material. The team's been doing some great work in making sure that that website is continuing to improve and meet our new needs. We ratified the certified agreement in terms of our staffing for a 4-year period, and we've been working in partnership with a number of the universities, in particular CQU and JCU, in terms of ensuring we have a good partnership operation with them, and we try and do both research but also encourage students in our region and also encourage students to come and do workplace in our environment as well. So they are the major focus areas we've had during that period.
Questions for the CEO? Anyone want to speak to what's in the report? No? Okay. Keep moving. The motion, the report providing an overview of key activities, initiatives and engagements undertaken by the Office of the Mayor and CEO and Chief Executive Officer Directorate during the second quarter, October to December 2025. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. That bit of the report is for informational purposes only. That wasn't part of the resolution, was it? Was it? We don't need to change anything. It just says the report is for informational purposes only. So it was in the motion as well. So okay. I don't think it means anything. So. All right, moving to 11.14, the Corporate Services Activity Report. Move Councillor Finlay, second Councillor Clifford. Can you talk to this one for us, Patty?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very pleased to present my first Corporate Services Activity Report, and they cover the areas of innovation, technology, financial services, procurement, property and fleet governance administration. I take the report as read. There's a lot of activity work in here, and that will continue to develop as we go down the next few activity months. Only thing I would like to say is we did bid a sad farewell to Dan Gillespie, who was the manager of IT. He's decided to spend more time with his family in Brisbane. Dan played a very strong role in shaping our IT strategy and setting a clear agenda for the future, so I do wish to thank him for that.
Thank you. So questions on the report from the floor? Councillor Finlay.
It's been no questions. Just I really like the format of the report. It's like
executive summary.
Yeah, it's also what's the word? Activated. All the activations. I'm not sure if that's the right word, Mr. Mayor, but you get what I mean. It's about what's been doing,
what's been happening,
which is really, really good, and it's out on the public realm as well, which is really good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the Director, Councillor Bowman?
Mr. Mayor, I support Councillor Finlay in having this in the public realm. I did have someone talking webcams to me asking what the IT department did, so I sent them this of dozens of requests per day, plus capital program works and things going on. And I hope that helps share with the community a lot of the stuff that's going on in the background every day. Yeah, generally, I'd say welcome aboard.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else? Yeah, I think I will add, and it's come up around the table before, particularly things like we awarding tenders and contracts and things like that. it's one that comes up in different conversations. I know different councillors have questions around these from time to time, and as do the public. So I think, I think for good transparency, it's definitely not information that we're immediately making a decision on, but is good for the community from a transparency point of view. So, anything further on this particular report? Okay, the motion the council receive the Corporate Services Quarterly Report for Quarter 2 for 25-26 financial year. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Okay, moving to 11.15, the monthly finance report. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Bowman, and I'll let you talk us through this one, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The financial report provides the year-to-date performance and position for December 2025. Overall, the revenue is tracking slightly above budget on a year-to-date basis, and what we have paid in expenses is slightly under what we expected year-to-date, except for depreciation, which is due to assets now being capitalised earlier than we had budgeted. So that's the difference between the budget and the actual year-to-date. The capital program has issues with the year-to-date budget versus the actual that we've spent, and we're looking to review that budget allocation at the budget review number 2 in March. So that's why you'll see those anomalies and why those large percentages are there against that report. And I'm also looking to redesign this report a little bit too, to provide it, make it a little bit easier for everybody to understand where we are from a financial perspective. So hopefully you'll see a little bit of a different design next month. So thank you.
Thank you. Questions regarding the monthly finances or monthly financial report?
I'll probably go with one.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Just with what we are owed, it's I see it go up $84 million. Once the rates notices went out, that's come down. We're sort of sitting with that $27 million now. We've itemised in there outstanding rates, outstanding contractors. Could you just fill us in on some of those other components, and probably things like the outstanding water and stuff? Are we earning interest on a number of these things, or is that when we're talking about significant numbers? Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Bowman, for the question. In the report, you'll see that there is a categorisation of debtors and borrowings totalling the $27.4 million. Majority of rates and charges that we are getting in as we put out the rates notices. We'll soon be putting out those water notices. So no, we're not obtaining interest on those funds yet because we haven't actually put out those notices to people. Also, what's included in there is contract assets of $4.5 million, and that's an accounting treatment in terms of how we record our leases according to the accounting standards for leases. We've got a small amount in there for prepayments, which is roughly about how it normally tracks. The big item there you'll see in the summary is general debtors, and they really include items such as invoicing around the airlines that we have, licences and permit fees, parking fines, some of the quarry invoices, chute, harbour berthing, transfer stations, which are normal operations for commercial activities. So that's why you'll see that those amounts are quite constant from month to month because they are normal commercial activities.
Councillor Finlay.
Just a couple of comments, and we've got a long way to go this next 6 months. Talking about the cash balance in page 487, with our actual at the moment being $166.8 million, and our budget for 25-26 ending in approximately $80 million. So do your maths on that, Mr. Mayor, and that's $80-something million to get back to our budget expectation of our balance at the end of June. So we've got a big 6 months coming up out of us if we're going to achieve that. I guess the other comment I just make, Mr. Mayor, is just in respect to that, and we're coming up into budget mode very shortly. Just to reiterate, our estimate of our rates income for this year is $119 million as against 111, so it's an $8 million increase last year to the year before in our rates increase, And I know the year before that was something very significant as well. So, yeah, anyway, we'll talk further that in our discussions for the 26-27 budget. But otherwise, all good this morning.
Councillor Finlay, the commentary around the monthly report.
Okay, the motion the council received the monthly financial report, including the unaudited financial statements for the period that ended 31 December 2025. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, we're tracking all right for time. So we'll, that brings us to the end of our ordinary reports. Let me just catch myself up here. I'm not using the run sheet anymore. Okay, so moving to item number 13, confidential matters. Could I have a mover to move us into confidential business? Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Wright. So that council closed the meeting to the public at 11:46 a.m. in accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Regulations 2012 for closed meetings for the purpose of discussing the following items and the reasons for going into closed session. 13.1, Planning and Environment Court Appeal. Legal advice obtained by local government or legal proceedings in of the local government, including for the example legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government. 13.2, Planning and Environment Court Appeal number 2192 of 2025, legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government. Item number 13.3, purchase of land in Bowen, negotiations relating to the taking of land by the local government under the Acquisition of Land Act 1967. 13.4, sole supplier listing update, major projects, negotiations relating to a matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would likely prejudice the interests of the local government. So before we vote, any councillors like to declare any conflicts of interest for the above reports? Okay, so we've got our mover and seconder in Councillor Clifford and Councillor Wright there already. I'll put that to the vote to move us into confidential business. All in favour? The motion is carried unanimously.